This stream will be from Laramie, Wyoming to Lexington, Nebraska. They work on naming this file and making it public. Lexington. Oops. Okay. Now Republic. Come on. I hate it when I pick the wrong option on the remarks. Happens all the time. Already looked at the left side of my truck, but
you have 7 hours and 59 minutes of remaining drive time.
Go look at the engine area on the right side. appreciate time. It's a little nippy here, 59 degrees. Not bad, actually feels pretty good overall. And I can almost swear the sun is on the wrong side where it's rising from, but it's, it almost seems like it's way up in the north. Which it's funny because like yesterday when I got here, it's set in that direction in my face. But no, I think it's really because the way the exit here is, because you think the 80 goes east, but right here, just this one little spot, it curves to the kind of to the south and then back over to the east. So when I'm sitting there looking right out at Interstate 80 right now, I think I'm facing south, but really I'm facing west. That's kind of funny. Need to replace one of my airbags. Pull it up. Coming from the bottom of this bag. So I need to get more work done. I have to air it back up. I mean, it eventually seals, but it shouldn't even be leaking like that at all. Let me plug this back in. Where are we at? There we are. So I'm moseying this down the road, maybe, and I'll get down to perhaps the Loves in Shelby, Iowa today, and maybe see if they can do the, change the airbag or something. I don't think it's that big a job because they're so frequently done. Hopefully I can just pay out of pocket for it instead of have my maintenance account take even more hits. Frustrating. The truck has over 600,000 miles on it, so I mean it's done pretty well up to this point. It's just, it's bound to have maintenance issues come up, and I've never had to replace an airbag on this truck yet, so it was bound to happen. There's an Alliance Shippers trailer burnt to the ground at 63rd Street, Norfolk Southern. M&M's all spilled out and burnt. Damn, that sucks. Alright, let me make sure my trailer actually inflated. Because the airbag's all sat down on that one too from the leveling valve leaking it all out. I'm pretty sure Loves can do those, right? Don't assume they're good at airbags. Yeah, that's true. I do tend to prefer going to like TA Petro for that kind of stuff. I can't think of where their TAs or Petros in western Iowa, where I finished my shift. That'd be where I'd rather go, but I can't think if there are any. I know there's one over in Brooklyn, but I'm not going to get that far. Brooklyn is east of Des Moines. Can't remember if there's anything west of there. getting down on the ground too. Rear end airbag definitely needs to go. Hey Judy, how you doing? Alright. Well, I'm gonna get rolling here and then tractor airbag. Otherwise, I'm doing fine. Alright, today I plan to go from here to Lexington for the first half, and then from Lexington to maybe Avoca or Shelby, Iowa. Go a little further too, but I don't necessarily want to be driving too late. But I do need to get that airbag fixed. Or replaced, I mean. I don't think we're all clear both directions. Amazes me how many people come into that pilot and have no idea that that entrance lane there is an entrance only. You know, you're supposed to exit from the driveway that I came out. I remember my first time stopping there too. I almost made the same mistake. Like, it doesn't seem right. It's because I knew it was exit only. So I'm like, where the hell's the exit? And then I figured it out. on further, but I can't remember what. Now we'll see how things look. It's a little after 7 a.m. local time over there in Iowa, and figure about a 10-hour trip today. Should get me there around 1700, 1730, somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe, yeah, about 1700, I would guess. It's a good time to shut down. There, it's probably going to stink here in a second. Surprised I don't smell it yet. A pretty good sized skunk too. Elevation 8640. Yeah, I agree. I run at 60 miles out now from Nebraska. The booms on them. So they can get large or heavy items up to higher areas. Now there's a dead deer there. All the cows walking along the fence line there. We are summited. I'm going to finish getting through these Voice Aloud articles I had.
Now researchers are trying to figure out why so few people spread the virus to so many. They're trying to answer 3 questions. Who are the super spreaders? When does super spreading take place? And where? As for the first question, doctors have observed that viruses can multiply to bigger numbers inside some people than others. It's possible that some people become virus chimneys, blasting out clouds of pathogens with each breath. Some people also have more opportunity to get sick, and to then make other people sick. A bus driver or a nursing home worker may sit at a hub in the social network. The biological differences between people are less significant. I think the circumstances are a lot more important, she said. Lloyd Smith agreed. I think it's more centered on the events. A lot of transmission seems to happen in a narrow window of time, starting a couple days after infection, even before symptoms emerge. If people aren't around a lot of people during that window, they can't pass it along. And certain places seem to lend themselves to. A study from Japan this month found clusters of coronavirus cases in healthcare facilities, nursing homes, daycare centers, restaurants, bars, workplaces, and musical events such as live concerts and karaoke parties. This pattern of super spreading could explain the puzzling lag in Italy between the arrival of the virus and the rise of the epidemics that cause reproductive number. But as governments move toward reopening, they shouldn't get complacent and forget the virus's potential for super spreading. You can really go from thinking you've got things under control to having an out-of-control outbreak in a matter of a week, Lloyd Smith said. Singapore's health authorities earned praise where migrant workers live were prime spots for super spreading events. Now they are wrestling with a resurgence of the virus. On the other hand, knowing that COVID-19 is a super spreading pandemic could be a good thing. It bodes well for control, Nelson said. Since most transmission happens only in a small number of similar situations, it may be possible to come up with smart strategies to stop them from happening. It may be possible to avoid crippling, across-the-board lockdowns by targeting the super-spreading events. By curbing the activities in quite a small proportion of our life, we could actually reduce most of the risk, Kucharski said. This article originally appeared in the New York Times. Copyright 2020 The New York Times Company. Article 108 of 133. Iran missile that downed Ukraine jet fired, without permission, MSN. January. Shortly after investigation, Ghulam Abbas Turki said human error was responsible for the downing of Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752, which killed all 176 people on board. He ruled out cyber attacks on Iranian defense systems, according to the semi-official Fars news agency, and said 3 people were in custody over the disaster. After days of denials, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps admitted it unintentionally shot down the plane after mistaking it for a cruise missile amid heightened tensions. The incident followed the killing of a top Iranian general by a U.S. drone and Iranian reprisal attacks on Iraqi bases housing American forces. Iran has sent the aircraft's black boxes to France for analysis after months of delay. For more articles like this, please visit us at Bloomberg.com.
China thinks they wouldn't be willing to admit that once their people screwed up.
109 of 133. Head-on crash shuts down Route 66 in the Cajon Pass. VVNG.com 5 hours ago.
And again, it does probably
Cajon
help
Pass
with,
Caliph. VVNG.com. A head-on crash involving a vehicle and a dump truck prompted authorities to shut down a stretch of Route 66 in the Cajon Pass. It happened at 4:21 p.m. on Tuesday, June 30, 2020, near Cajon Boulevard and Kenwood Avenue. Matt Fuller, a resident of Apple Valley, said the crash happened in front of him and described it as an explosion. According to Fuller, a male in his mid-20s was driving the white sedan when, for reasons still unknown, he swerved and went head-on with the Super 10 dump truck. It was one of the worst accidents I've ever seen in person, stated Fuller. Fuller said the driver in the sedan was trapped and injured very badly but alive. San Bernardino County Fire responded to the incident and extricated the driver from the vehicle. He was transported to a hospital with unknown injuries. Officers from the California Highway Patrol are handling the investigation. Additional information will be updated as it becomes available. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 110 of 133. Seattle police clear chop zone, make arrests after mayor's executive order. Following ongoing violence and public safety issues, Seattle's mayor has issued an executive order to clear the Capitol Hill organized protest chop zone, a several-block, autonomous police-free zone, and Seattle police enforced the order Wednesday morning. Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best said in a statement, "This order, and our police response, comes after weeks of violence in and around the Capitol Hill occupied protest zone, including 4 shootings, resulting in multiple injuries and the deaths of 2 teenagers. I support peaceful demonstrations," Best said, adding, "The chop has become lawless and brutal. 4 shootings, 2 fatal, robberies, assaults, violence and countless property crimes have occurred in this several-block area." Photo, an aerial view of Cal Anderson Park is seen in the so-called chop, an area that protesters have called both the Capitol Hill occupied protest and the Capitol Hill organized protest, on June 14, 2020, in Seattle. David Ryder, Getty Images. More. Police began issuing dispersal orders early Wednesday, and as of approximately 5:20 a.m. local time, officers made about 10 arrests, the department said. More, inside Seattle's autonomous zone where residents are trying to enact change in a new way. The chop zone was formed after explosive standoffs between protesters and Seattle police after the death of George Floyd, a black man in Minnesota who died while in police custody. Following days of clashes, Seattle police on June 8 largely withdrew from the Capitol Hill district, leaving a void for protesters.
That's pretty dumb logic.
The protesters seized a roughly 6-block area, including the East Precinct, to create an autonomous police-free zone. Photo, an aerial view of a Black Lives Matter mural on East Pine Street near Cal Anderson Park is seen during ongoing Black Lives Matter events on June 14, 2020 in Seattle. David Ryder, Getty Images. More. The zone remained for weeks, and Seattle Mayor Jenny Durkan told ABC News, Nightline, last month that it required time and distance to de-escalate the tensions between the people and police. "We need to have some time for people to feel that they have had the ability to protest and raise their voices and have the time to work, not just with the people on Capitol Hill but with all of Seattle," she said. Article 111 of 133. Stock market news live updates. Wall Street jumps as Pfizer vaccine buoys sentiment. Stock futures edged lower ahead of Wednesday's opening bell on Wall Street, indicating a slightly lower open on July's first trading day and ahead of a blitz of economic data. Record-breaking surges in coronavirus infections are setting the tone for the start of third quarter and the second half of the year. European bourses rose on Wednesday, as investors weighed positive economic data against surging U.S. cases, which are likely to delay the global recovery.
Doesn't really look like it's
Nevertheless,
downhill, but it
stocks
is.
on Tuesday closed out a breathtaking second quarter rally that took them to their best overall quarter since 1998 and best second quarter on record. During that time frame, the S&P 500 saw a near 20% run-up during the April through June period, while the Dow and Nasdaq rose about 17.5% and 30%, respectively. The historic rally came as market participants eyed a swift infusion of fiscal and monetary policy stimulus to bolster the virus-stricken economy, and as states and cities across the country began easing their lockdown restrictions in the middle of the quarter. On tap Wednesday are crucial reads on the U.S. labor market and manufacturing sector. ADP's payrolls data showed that private employers added 2.37 million jobs in June, a reversal from May's steep 3 million plus losses but below market expectations of 2.95 million jobs in June. Separately, the ISM Manufacturing Index will likely show continued improvement in June. Those figures come ahead of the more pivotal non-farm payrolls report, which is forecast to show the battered U.S. economy created 3 million jobs last month, up from 2.5 million in May. However, investor expectations are more tied to new surges in COVID-19 infections, which are walloping the Sun Belt states, prompting more states and cities to roll back reopening plans. Tuesday saw the world's largest economy report its worst ever number of new cases, 47,000, with public health officials warning it could soar to 100,000 daily. That may put a definitive cap on a market that's skyrocketed since plunging to multi-year lows and when lockdowns first began in March. We've seen a huge move in the second quarter, and to be fair, it's been driven by a lot of positivity, Tom Essay, founder of the Sevens Report, told Yahoo Finance's The First Trade on Tuesday. Yet the virus count is rising, Essay added. That at a minimum is going to delay the economic reopening, and markets have to price that in a bit. And I think there is a bit more for it to turn sideways or further dip. As of Tuesday, Texas posted its worst day for new coronavirus infections and hospitalizations so far since the start of the pandemic, with the state seeing 6,975 positive tests for a total of 159,986. Cases in California rose by 6,367, its second largest jump yet. The inability to predict how and when the U.S. will wrest control of rising infections, along with uncertainty over corporate profits and the economy, has meant a lack of conviction among market participants as to where stocks are going in the second half. According to a survey released earlier this week from market research firm DataTrek, market participants lack a consensus view on where the S&P 500 is heading. The distribution of responses among 341 respondents answering where they felt the S&P 500 was headed, from up over 10% from current levels to down more than 10% from current levels, was near evenly split. 9:30 a.m. ET, Wall Street jumps on the first day of Q3, Pfizer surges. Major indices rallied to start the first day of July and the third quarter of a turbulent year. News on the coronavirus vaccine front helped to grease the wheels of a rally, sending Pfizer's stock up more than 5% in early dealings. 9:15 a.m. ET, stocks pop as Pfizer says COVID vaccine shows promise. Wall Street turned positive after drug giant Pfizer, PFE, said an early trial of an experimental coronavirus vaccine showed it's safe. In addition, the treatment prompted patients to produce antibodies against the new virus. With much riding on the aggressive efforts to develop an effective vaccine, investors are likely to bid up prices as individual candidates show promise. 8:45 a.m. ET, Trump slumps in betting markets amid perfect storm of woes. New data from Smarkets, a predictive political betting market, shows President Donald Trump's fortunes are definitively on the decline, as a raft of bad news hits his re-election bid as his Democratic challenger consolidates his electoral support. Smarkets investors show the president's chances falling to 34% in its $3.1 million election winner market, his lowest position on Smarkets since March 2019. Meanwhile, former Vice President Joe Biden is seen having a 59% chance of prevailing, within striking distance of Trump's all-time high of 61%. 8:15 a.m. ET, ADP data shows big jump in private payrolls in June. Private sector employers added a total of 2,369,000 jobs in the month ended in June, according to ADP's National Employment Report. The data was a reversal from a steep loss of more than 3 million jobs in the prior month, but below consensus expectations of nearly 3 million jobs. Still, the data reflected broad hiring strength across a range small, medium and large-sized businesses as companies called back employees as lockdowns gradually eased. Yet with coronavirus infections surging anew, it's unclear how long the hiring momentum will last. Small business hiring picked up in the month of June, said Ahu Yildirimaz, vice president and co-head of the ADP Research Institute in a statement. As the economy slowly continues to recover, we are seeing a significant rebound in industries that once experienced the greatest job losses. In fact, 70% of the jobs added this month were in the leisure and hospitality, trade and construction industries, he added. Stocks hunkered at their lows after the data, pointing to a lower open on the first trading day of Q3. 7:30 a.m. ET, stock futures dip ahead of data. Here were the main moves at the start of the overnight session for U.S. equity futures, as of 7:30 a.m. ET. S&P 500 futures, S equals F, 3071.75, off 18.50 or minus 0.60%. Dow futures, YM equal.
That's the older news, and that was more speculation based on Pfizer.
Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, LinkedIn, and Reddit. Find live stock market quotes and the latest business and finance news. For tutorials and information on investing and trading stocks, check out Cache. Article 112 of 133. Fox News fires America's Newsroom co-host Ed Henry after sexual misconduct investigation.
I had that many articles queued up to read.
America's Newsroom co-anchor Ed Henry is out at Fox News following an accusation of willful sexual misconduct in the workplace years ago, according to an internal memo from Fox News Media CEO Suzanne Scott and Fox News Media President and Executive Editor Jay Wallace. The decision was announced Wednesday, 6 days after the company received the complaint from the lawyer for the former employee accusing Henry. He was suspended, per the memo, on June 25, the day the accusation was made, then fired based on the findings of an outside law firm that was retained that same day. Douglas Wigder, the attorney for the unnamed accuser, declined to comment further Wednesday. Henry co-hosted the Fox News program opposite Sandra Smith since January 2020. He replaced Bill Hemmer. The network will fill Henry's spot with rotating anchors until a permanent replacement is found. Also read, Megyn Kelly says she twirled at Roger Ailes' request, God help me, I did it. In their staff memo Wednesday, Scott and Wallace wrote, as all of you know, in January 2017 we overhauled our entire human resources operation and instituted extensive mandatory annual inclusion and harassment prevention training which has since educated our entire workforce. They went on, we encourage any employee who has a sexual harassment, discrimination or misconduct complaint of any form to report it immediately, as we have said repeatedly over the last 4 years. The executives went on to list internal methods by which employees can make reports of accusations and complaints. Correction, a previous version of this story incorrectly referred to the show as American Newsroom. Read original story. Fox News fires America's Newsroom co-host Ed Henry after sexual misconduct investigation at TheraP. Article 113 of 133. A Florida Walmart employee who is seen to be shoved by a maskless customer, who also falls. Illustration by Tracy Ma, The New York Times. More. On any given day, somewhere in the United States, someone is going to wake up, leave the house and get in a huge argument with a stranger about wearing masks. Grocery store managers are training staff on how to handle screaming customers. Fistfights are breaking out at convenience stores. Some restaurants even say they'd rather close than face the wrath of various Americans who believe that masks, which help prevent the spread of coronavirus, impinge on their freedom. Joe Rogers, 47, of Dallas, said that just last week, he had gotten in a physical fight over masks. In line at a mini-mart, he spotted a customer behind him not wearing a mask, he said, and he shook his head. The man asked why Rogers had been looking at him, and Rogers, again, shook his head. I wear a full face guard, the mask that they use when they spray pesticides, he said. He reached for my mask and tried to pull it off. Rogers said his natural instinct came out and he put his hand up and knocked the man to the floor. In Dallas, beginning June 19, businesses were required to ensure customers and staff wore masks. Rogers said that though he had not hit another person in a decade or so, that this was not the first altercation he'd had over masks. I've already been in several, he said. I've been in shouting matches with people at CVS. People just don't understand it. If everyone just wore a mask, this would be over. Rogers' brother, Jason Rogers, a Democratic congressional candidate in Texas's 57th district, said that he was aware of the confrontation and expressed support for his brother. This is Texas, you know, he said. Stand your ground. Masks were already a political flashpoint, and months of mixed messages about their usefulness have contributed to the confusion. Now, they're also fodder for viral videos. A surge of reported cases of coronavirus in states like California, Texas and Florida has led authorities in those states to issue new guidance on masks.
That's why we call them wiggle
Evidence
wagons.
suggests masks can help prevent transmission of the virus even when worn by seemingly healthy people. Early in the pandemic, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said several times that those without symptoms did not have to wear masks. On April 3, the agency shifted, saying that masks should be worn in public. But President Donald Trump, announcing the new guidance, said, somehow, I don't see it for myself, and has continued to appear in public without a mask. On Sunday, after months of shunning a mask himself, Vice President Mike Pence urged Americans to wear them. Orders regarding masks that carry the force of law have been left to individual states. And in states where altercations over masks have been reported, those orders have recently changed. Gov. Gavin Newsom of California ordered the mandatory wearing of masks in public on June 18. A little more than a week later, Hugo's Tacos, a taqueria with 2 locations in the Los Angeles area, announced that it would close temporarily because its staff was exhausted by the constant conflicts over guests refusing to wear masks. The chief executive of Hugo's, Bill Cohn, said that it was only in the last few weeks that the encounters had become so vitriolic. His staff had been confronted with racist language, he said, and he was concerned for their safety. Recently, one of Cohn's facility managers supervising one of the storefronts observed 5 confrontations over masks in a single hour. The one that we most viscerally remember is that a customer at the pickup window who was asked to wear a mask literally threw a cup of water through the window at the clerk, Cohn said. He provided the New York Times with an email from a customer that he said was representative of many customers' attitudes. Why is it the responsibility of a taco stand to dictate to its customers a personal freedom of choosing to wear or not wear a mask? It said, concluding, go to hell Taco Man. Close permanently. Do us all a favor. Public fights over masks have occurred with extraordinary frequency, service workers say, and far exceed the large number of those already captured by smartphones in viral videos.
Why is that so difficult?
Confrontations are taking place even in states that have been more consistent in guidance about masks.
I don't like having to wear a mask
Massachusetts required that residents wear masks in grocery stores starting in early May. Still, Allie Milliken, 20, who returned to her job at a grocery store chain in the state several weeks ago, has already seen a conflict. She said that recently a customer wearing a mask called out another customer who was not. The unmasked guy shrugged at him and was like, "It's a free country. Be seeing you soon, buddy." Quote. Milliken said that she had not been given any training or direct instruction on de-escalating conflict between customers. "I don't know how to go about saying, 'Oh, you should be wearing a mask,'" she said. "I don't know what my place is." The conflicts over masks have been particularly difficult for essential workers, who have been working long shifts and dealing with frazzled and frenzied customers throughout the pandemic. London Robinson, 26, a medical student in Minnesota, said that her mother, a manager at a big box store in South Florida, was now having to instruct her staff on how to defuse tense situations, along with working long shifts and sanitizing the store. "I never in a million years would have thought that working in a grocery store would have been considered a high-risk job," she said. "It breaks my heart." Robinson's mother, who asked to be kept anonymous for fear of losing her job, said that in the last 2 to 3 weeks, fights over masks had become astonishingly frequent. "It was not uncommon for the police to be called to her store 3 to 4 times a day," she said. "We've had shoppers go after each other," she said. "Pushing matches, running carts into each other, running over people's feet, ankles." She said that many of the staff members she supervised were already working 12 to 14-hour days and had been doing so since March. There were physical conflicts with shoppers then, too. Robinson's mother said she was slapped in the back of a neck by a customer who was frustrated that the store had run out of toilet paper. "Even offering masks to customers did not work," she said. "They'll outright decline or they'll show you a fraudulent card that says, 'You can't ask me to do this.'" Quote. "The fighting between customers creates a tension that does not dissipate once the altercation has ended," she said. She no longer feels comfortable walking to her car alone after the store closes, concerned that an aggravated customer may be waiting for her there. "Now we go 2 to 3 employees at a time," she said. In Florida, where cases of the virus have been rising rapidly, the state had not issued any official rules on masks as of Tuesday morning, leaving the decision in the hands of counties, localities and small businesses. The state's Department of Health issued a public advisory June 20 recommending masks. Chris MacArthur runs Black and Brew Coffee in Lakeland, Florida, which is in a county where Trump won 55% of the vote in 2016. MacArthur decided Monday to begin requiring customers to wear masks at the business's 2 locations. "We had actually been mulling it over for a couple of weeks," he said. "We were hoping that our city commission would pass an ordinance that would require it locally. Our fear was that if we went out on a limb, because it wasn't the norm, we would receive a lot of backlash from our customers." Still, MacArthur made the decision. "We felt like if we did that, other businesses might follow our lead and our customers might appreciate the extra precautionary measures that we were taking," he said. He said that he hoped that conflicts would not arise. But he expects them to, and has coached staff on how to respond. "If a customer becomes belligerent," he said, "we would have to call the non-emergency line and hope that the police are available to come help us out." This article originally appeared in the New York Times. Copyright 2020 The New York Times Company. Article 114 of 133.
Just a bunch of people act like
Mythbusters
babies
star
and
Adam
don't get their
Savage
way,
accused
so
of allegedly sexually abusing sister as a child. Lawsuit Fox News, yesterday.
these people are thinking that the rules don't apply to them. It's kind of like, well, if you're in one of my Facebook groups, you're expected to conduct yourself in a certain way, certain manner. You know, certain things are not okay there, and people, trying to pull this freedom of speech bullshit. Guess what? My house, my rules. If you want to spend any time in my house, then you play by my rules. That's the way it is. Otherwise, get the fuck out. You don't have to like the rules. You know how many times I had to do things, even though I didn't like the rules when I was in the military? A lot. And you don't get a say in that matter. You can express your opinion about stuff, but ultimately, hey, objective or might have conflicting issues, because that's how politics works. Fix one problem or do one thing with the way it's recommended by one advisor, but might cause problems with another advisor. Anyway, yeah, what I mean there is you can still let the command know that the commanders know, hey, this is what my concerns are, and and that's what NCO's jobs are, is to be subject matter experts and advisors to the officers appointed over them. Miles to go now to the Nebraska line. There's a Peterbilt Bill right there too. Doesn't look like they're open though. To make sure I know I have the right part in hand, because I can always pay a shop to do labor only. As long as I can get the part in hand, to work with, then I know a shop that can do airbags can do it. Until somebody said something. Hang tight, I'll be right back here. Savage.
Mythbusters star Adam Savage accused of allegedly sexually abusing sister as a child. Lawsuit. Fox News, yesterday. Former Mythbusters co-host Adam Savage has been accused of sexually abusing his younger sister in a new lawsuit. The woman, now 51, claims that the abuse happened in the 1970s when she was between 7 and 10 years when they lived in Sleepy Hollow, NY.
Okay, before we get into that, why wait 40 plus years to say something about that? Because when you wait 40 plus years to say something about something like that, then it makes it much more questionable that maybe you're only saying it to try to smear someone's name in the mud out of spite for some other reason. It makes it more questionable if you're even telling a true story. Even if it is a true story, it makes it more questionable if you wait that long.
Beginning in or about 1976 and continuing until approximately 1979, Adam Savage would repeatedly rape Miranda Pacquiana and force oral sex upon her, and forced Miranda to perform oral sex on him, along with other forms of sexual abuse, the lawsuit, obtained by Fox News, alleges. Pacquiana says that Savage was between 9 and 12 years old when he allegedly raped her and called himself the Raping Blob, in an effort to make the alleged abuse seem like a game, according to the lawsuit. Pacquiana's attorney, Antigone Kiris, told Fox News, "We commend Ms. Pacquiana and all child sexual abuse survivors who have come forward as the courthouse doors are now open to them after being shut for decades. Thanks to the CVA, Child Victims Act." While her lead attorney, Jordan Merson, added, "The prolific abuse by Mr. Savage as alleged in the complaint has caused irreparable damage to my client that she will live with for the rest of her life. Today is the first step in the direction of healing and justice." Pacquiana is currently a social worker. On her website, The Second Wound, she detailed how she hasn't had any contact with Savage, 52, in 2 decades. "I last made contact with my brother, Adam Savage, over 2 decades ago. At the time, I called him out for his callous attitude about the abuse and his apparent disregard for the damage he had caused, but he chose not to acknowledge or show any compassion for my pain. Not once in the ensuing years have I seen evidence that my brother cares to truly understand what he did to me. He gives me no reason to believe that he has meaningfully examined whatever compelled him to commit sexual crimes as a minor," she wrote. "But now, because of the NY Child Victims Act, I finally have the opportunity to pursue justice for the crimes my brother committed against me. While nothing can give back what Adam Savage took from me, I hope this lawsuit will also demonstrate to my fellow survivors that we do not deserve to carry the shame of sexual abuse and assault." Savage denied his sister's assault allegations in a statement. His lawyer, Andrew Bredler, told Page 6. "While I hope that my sister gets the help she needs to find peace, this needs to end. For many years, she has relentlessly and falsely attacked me and other members of my family to anyone who will listen," Savage said. "By spreading numerous untrue stories about us in pursuit of a financial bonanza, she has tortured our entire family and estranged herself from all of us. I will fight this groundless and offensive lawsuit and work to put this to rest once and for all." Savage gained recognition as the co-host of the popular Discovery Channel show, where he and partner, Jamie Hyneman, would test out the validity of popular beliefs, internet rumors, or movie stunts. If you or someone you know is suffering from abuse, please contact the National Sexual Assault Hotline at 1-800-656-4673. Article 115 of 133. CBS 13.
I don't know if it did or didn't happen, but that's exactly my point there. 40 plus years ago, and supposedly he was a kid when this happened, and on top of that, she supposedly is estranged from the entire family. I mean, you have to wonder if she's making these claims because she wants money. That or some other spiteful thing. I have to even wonder if she's on drugs or something, and maybe that's her way of getting what money she needs for her drug fixes. later. It's my understanding that most sexual abusers were actually sexually abused themselves. So all they're doing is repeating the cycle. But I know a lot of others I believe are like that because of drug abuse. Really screws up their head. I know several people on the Megan's Law database, and almost all of the ones I know personally are also known drug users. Morning, Terry. That Adam Savage called it an offensive claim, and now she's estranged from the entire family, kind of, because you don't normally hear offensive from somebody who's guilty of that. I'm not inclined to lean toward Adam's side just because of his status, but it just seems like why bring that up now after 40 plus? Why not say something about it then? Damn it, getting railroaded now. I got a white Volvo getting it. He's probably going to pass me too. Already dealt with before. four-wheelers and a bull hauler wanting to go by too.
CBS 13 on air. Gov. Newsom expected to announce reopening rollback as coronavirus surges July 1, 2020 at 8:02 a.m. filed under Coronavirus Gavin Newsom Stay-at-Home Order. Sacramento, AP, Gov. Gavin Newsom is hinting that he will tighten coronavirus restrictions for California's nearly 40 million residents as a COVID-19 surge up only weeks after loosening his March 19 stay-at-home order and reopening most businesses. The state requires people to wear masks when they can't maintain physical distance, but public health officials have said lack of social distancing during Memorial Day get-togethers in May have contributed to the surge. California has confirmed close to 223,000 infections, a nearly 50% increase over 2 weeks ago that has been driven in part by the state's ability to now test more than 100,000 people per day. But more concerning to officials is the steady growth in COVID-19 hospitalizations, a 43% increase in the past 2 weeks. Newsom said the state will be more aggressive in enforcing public health orders. If you're not going to stay home and you're not going to wear masks in public, we have to enforce, and we will, Newsom said Tuesday. You've got to keep people from congregating, agreed Dr. George Rutherford, an epidemiologist at the University of California, San Francisco. But he said it's up to the public to keep social distancing. Just because it's summer and they feel like having a barbecue with all their friends, it can't be that way, Rutherford said. I don't know how one legislates that. Newsom's cryptic warning had merchants worried that they will once again have to stop in-person shopping that barely resumed. For some of our more independent retailers, if they have to shut down, many of them probably won't open, said Rachel Michelin, president of the California Retailers Association. They barely made it through what was it 10 weeks that we were closed. That was hard. I don't know that they will make it. Across the state, many local governments are already tightening restrictions. Counties surrounding the San Francisco Bay have delayed some reopenings as new cases increase. In Los Angeles, officials say they will close beaches and ban fireworks displays in the nation's most populous county this weekend as it hit a one-day record. Of northern neighbor also planned to shut down beaches beginning July 3. Half Moon Bay, a scenic stretch of beaches about a half-hour's drive from San Francisco, said people inundated the city over Memorial Day weekend and urged them to stay away. Under normal circumstances, Half Moon Bay heartily welcomes visitors. Tourism is part of our identity and an important economic driver, Mayor Adam Eisen said in a statement. But coming here this weekend would be reckless and unsafe for the public health. Do the right thing. Stay close to home. In the Central Valley, Fresno ordered all bars to close as some hospitals invoked emergency protocols because they were nearing capacity. Our cases are not currently under control, said Dr. Evora, interim health officer for Fresno County. We're quite worried that we don't have room to expand. And in Riverside County, public health officials are seeing an increase in cases among younger people, many of them without symptoms of the virus even though they test positive. For most people, the new coronavirus causes mild or moderate symptoms, such as fever and cough that clear up in 2 to 3 weeks. For some, especially older adults and people with existing health problems, it can cause more severe illness, including pneumonia and death. Last week, Newsom asked Imperial County to impose more restrictions after hospitals in the county near the U.S.-Mexico border had so many patients they had to transfer some to nearby facilities. On Monday, the County Board of Supervisors approved a plan that would close parks and force some businesses to shut down in-person shopping. Altogether, California public health officials are closely monitoring 19 counties for outbreaks. Newsom said 4 more counties could be added to the list by Wednesday. Copyright 2020 The Associated Press. Copyright 2020 CBS Broadcasting Inc. All rights reserved. Powered by WordPress.com VIP. By viewing our video content, you are accepting the terms of our video services.
And I have no idea what you guys are saying. I'll get to you guys when I can, but it's probably going to be like that most of this stream.
I'll help EEO report. Article 116 of 133. Megan Hill injured, Samuel Santoya arrested after DUI accident on 7th Street Victorville, CA, accident news 55 minutes ago. Megan Hill injured, Samuel Santoya arrested after DUI crash. A DUI crash in the 14,900 block of 7th Street near Victor Street left 33-year-old Megan Hill injured on Friday, June 26. The crash happened just before 10 p.m. when Samuel Santoya, a resident of Hesperia, drove a 2002 silver Honda Civic. Then he crashed into the back of a 2020 Toyota Camry and left the female driver injured. Deputies from the Victorville station arrived at the scene and found out Santoya was under the influence of alcohol. They arrested and booked him at the High Desert Detention Center for DUI. The female driver of the Camry, identified as Megan Hill, sustained back, neck, and head pain. First responders helped her out of the vehicle and rushed her to a local hospital. According to jail records, Santoya is still in custody and is being held on several charges. It includes driving without a driver's license, DUI, and battery on a person. The battery charge is from a 2012 case out of Hesperia. His combined total bail is set at $400,000. Do not attempt to drive when under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Instead, reach out to a family member or a friend to come to pick you up. By following the rules of the road, you can help avoid accidents. If you and/or a loved one has suffered injuries in a DUI crash, reach out to the personal injury lawyers at Sweet James. With over 20 years in the field, we know what it takes to protect your legal rights. Our team has extensive experience in handling personal injury claims, helping victims get the money they need to balance their lives again. Call our offices today at opening parenthesis 800 closing parenthesis 975-3435 for a free and confidential case evaluation. Click here to request a police report. Article 117 of 133. America's favorite dining and fast food restaurants, Longhorn Steakhouse and Chick-fil-A. MSN.com, yesterday. From new delivery services to curbside pickup to outdoor dining, restaurants forcibly pivoted due to the coronavirus pandemic, but the changes from full-service restaurants weren't enough to keep Americans happy. Results from the American Customer Satisfaction Index report show that full-service restaurants are losing the most favor, with U.S. consumers falling, in general, 2.5% to an ACSI score of 79 out of 100. Customers were asked to evaluate their recent experiences with the largest, in terms of market share, sit-down and fast food restaurants. Start the day smarter. Get all the news you need in your inbox each morning. Darden's Longhorn Steakhouse has had a steady rating for a third year in a row, with a ranking of 81, besting last year's industry leader and rival Texas Roadhouse's ranking of 80. At the low end of the full-service industry, Denny's, Red Robin and Ruby Tuesday stand together at 76. While Red Robin closed 10 underperforming locations in 2019 as it continued to encounter foot traffic declines, Ruby Tuesday shut down 26 of their own restaurants in 2019 after shuttering 51 the year before. COVID-19 dining out, restaurants take to the streets to create socially distanced dining. According to customers, Ruby Tuesday's mobile app rates worst in class for reliability. At the very bottom of the list in its industry is Chili's, with a ranking of 75. Customers find Chili's service quality to be lacking compared with all other full-service chains. American diners crave convenience. They want their order quickly, and COVID has only exacerbated demand for takeout and delivery options. Creating fast, efficient, and accurate processes not only keep businesses operational, but done right, they make customers happier, said David Van Ambert, managing director at ACSI, in a statement to USA Today. It's an opportunity the ACSI has found can be majorly improved upon. For their part, limited service or fast food restaurants did not slide as badly on customer satisfaction, down only 1.3% to an ACSI score of 78 due to the segment's quick adaptability and cheaper prices. Chick-fil-A, with a ranking of 84, has been number one with customers for 6 years in a row. McDonald's takes the bottom position, with a ranking of 70, for what the ACSI report deems consistent with its track record of last-place customer satisfaction. Officers lost McMuffin order, video goes viral with insinuations employees would tamper with their food. For fast food apps, the report shows that reliability has instead improved such that it now matches the full-service segment, and customers continue to be happier with food quality. That's not to say the pandemic hasn't hit the restaurant industry indiscriminately. Overall, as industries, full-service restaurants ranked at 16th and limited-service restaurants at 20th among customer industry satisfaction benchmarks. Leading the pack, breweries and personal care and cleaning products. The report's results are based on surveys of 23,312 random customers conducted from April 2019 to March 2020, the first month of stay-at-home policies. This article originally appeared on USA Today, America's favorite dining and fast food restaurants, Longhorn Steakhouse and Chick-fil-A. Article 118 of 133. California high-speed chase ends after driver races over cliff into Pacific Ocean. Fox News 12 hours ago.
What an idiot.
A man who led California police on a pursuit that reportedly reached speeds greater than 100 mph was taken into custody, but only after he drove
Sounds
his
like
vehicle
right out
off
of
a
a
cliff
movie.
into the Pacific Ocean. The incident that unfolded in Santa Cruz County Tuesday afternoon began when officers received a report of a man firing a handgun into the air, a police spokesperson told the Santa Cruz Sentinel. An individual matching that man's description was then reported to have stolen a Honda car in the same area, and when officers attempted to stop him, he raced off. Within a few minutes, the suspect was driving at a high rate of speed on West Cliff Drive and ended up driving over the cliff into the surf near Stockton Avenue, the Santa Cruz Police Department said in a statement. Moments later, the suspect was safely taken into custody after climbing out of the stolen vehicle, as he stumbled up the rocky shoreline. Videos posted on social media showed the overturned car moving back and forth among the waves. An image posted by the police department depicted officers staring down into the water. The chase that preceded the crash reached speeds greater than 100 mph, the Santa Cruz Sentinel added. The driver, said to have been the only person in the wrecked car, has not yet been identified. As of Tuesday night, there were no reports of injuries. Article 119 of 133. After a black protester is killed in Omaha, witnesses claim a rushed investigation ignored signs of the shooter. More than 300 people have been arrested in Omaha since Friday, May 29, when the city of less than 500,000 was swept up in a tidal wave of protests against police brutality and systemic racism that had erupted in Minneapolis after the brutal killing by police of an unarmed black man named George Floyd. Jake Gardner, the white bar owner who shot and killed James Skurlick, a 22-year-old black protester, on the second night of unrest in Omaha, Saturday, May 30, wasn't one of them. Within just 36 hours of the shooting, Douglas County Prosecutor Don Kleina announced that criminal charges would not be filed, finding that Gardner, a 38-year-old ex-Marine with an expired concealed carry permit, had shot Skurlick in self-defense. Gardner, who'd been taken into police custody for questioning the night of the shooting, was released the following night without even being booked into the jail. The move was predictably met with backlash, fueling more protests, including outside Klein's house. Within days, under pressure from community leaders, Kleina agreed to call for a grand jury to review the case, while still maintaining that he believed he'd made the right decision. A special prosecutor has since been appointed, though it's unclear when exactly the investigation will begin, as the process of convening a grand jury is reportedly expected to take a couple of months due to the coronavirus pandemic. The quick decision not to file charges in the context of this shooting was viewed by many in the community as an example of the ingrained racism within the criminal justice system that has been the subject of nationwide protests, including the one Skurlick had participated in the night he was killed. And while Klein's call to convene a grand jury has been welcomed by Skurlock's family and community leaders alike, many in Omaha have been left feeling angry and disappointed by what they view as a failure by local law enforcement to consider all pertinent evidence and information, including Gardner's background and reputation, before apparently siding with his version of events and letting him go. In addition to several witnesses who said they made repeated attempts to provide police with crucial information in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, Yahoo News spoke to more than half a dozen people, including former employees and patrons of Gardner's bar, The Hive, who gave first-hand accounts of racist comments and discriminatory policies they say Gardner used. Two family members also offered unique insight into the unabashedly racist culture in which, they say, Gardner was raised. Describing her initial reaction to the news that Gardner would not be charged, one of his relatives told Yahoo News whatever happened, if they let him go that quickly, they are not looking at all at the rest of it. The witnesses. As Omaha braced for protests on the last Saturday in May, Elena Melendez wasn't sure she wanted to attend. Melendez, 19, had participated in the previous night's demonstrations, which had quickly gone from peaceful to chaotic and violent, with reports of windows broken and bottles thrown at police, and pepper balls and rubber bullets in response. Melendez heard rumors that far-right groups and anarchists were intending to incite violence. She said she even told friends earlier in the day that she was worried someone's going to get shot. But one of Melendez's friends, a photographer, was eager to go and take pictures, so she relented. The plan, she told Yahoo News, was to take photos, support the cause, but not really get too involved. Not only did Melendez's fears prove to be eerily accurate, but she would end up being at the center of an altercation that ended in Skurlock's death. Melendez says she'd never met Skurlock before, nor did she know anything about Jake Gardner. She says she encountered both men for the first time that night when, as she and many other protesters made their way downtown, she heard someone yell, "He's got a gun." Melendez approached a crowd of people that had gathered outside a nearby bar and saw a man, who would later be identified as Gardner, with a gun in his hand, waving it around.
About a mile ago.
"I was taught gun rules from a very young age," said Melendez. "My grandpa told me never to point a gun at anybody, even a BB gun." In video footage from the scene, Melendez can be seen standing behind Gardner. She said, contemplating how to disarm him. "I thought, I need to take this man down," she said. Melendez, who weighs 130 pounds and is 5 feet 3, on a good day, says she had never tried to wrestle a gun from anyone before. But as soon as Gardner placed the gun back in his waistband, she saw an opening, grabbed him from behind and brought him to the ground, landing in a puddle in the street. With the young woman on his back, Gardner quickly fired what the county attorney would later describe as 2 warning shots. Melendez said it took her a second to register that the loud noise was not the flashbangs police had been throwing to disperse crowds. "As soon as I realized they were gunshots, I ran away," she said. Video footage shows Gardner briefly standing up before he is tackled to the ground again, this time by Skurlock. Within seconds, Gardner shoots Skurlock in the clavicle, then stands up and walks back toward the bar as protesters and police begin gathering around the young man bleeding in the street. "If anybody should have gotten shot, it should have been me," said Melendez, who was still only a few feet away when the fatal shot was fired. "The unfortunate reality is I'm stuck here thinking I caused his death, or I could have prevented more." As police arrived, Melendez says, she approached several officers to tell them about what had just taken place, but no one seemed interested. "Nobody talked to me after," she said. "They didn't try to talk to anybody at the scene." Yahoo News spoke to other witnesses besides Melendez, who said they also made multiple attempts to speak to police in the minutes and hours that followed the shooting but were dismissed or ignored. "They started immediately telling everyone to leave," said Robert Fuller, another protester who also features prominently in video footage of the moments leading up to the shooting. Fuller described being physically pushed out of the way by cops, even as he identified himself to them as a witness. When he asked one officer where he should go, Fuller said, he was told to back up or you'll be arrested for obstruction of justice. "We weren't given any phone numbers, any badge numbers, absolutely nothing," said Derek Stevens, a local bartender who said he heard a man he would later learn was Gardner's father, David, yelling racial slurs and antagonizing protesters outside Gardner's bars shortly before the shooting took place. "I understand it was a hectic situation and everything, but we were all standing there trying to plead with these cops, like, if you're going to stand in and push us forward, can you radio in your senior officer, your superior, and have them come talk to us?" Instead, Stevens told Yahoo News, he and others who tried to offer witness accounts were simply told, disperse or be arrested. Based on the accounts they provided, all of the witnesses who spoke to Yahoo News seemed to have made their way from the protest route where police had been heavily deploying flashbangs, rubber bullets and tear gas, to the Old Market area downtown roughly around the same time, but each witnessed slightly different portions of the events leading up to the shooting. Stevens, who said he wasn't friends with Gardner but knew of him, said that as he approached Old Market, he heard that someone had smashed in the windows at the other bar Gardner owned, the Gatsby, and decided to see for himself. That's when he first encountered an older man who, he would later learn, was Gardner's father. Stevens said that, as he and others walked by, stopping to take pictures of the damage, the elder Gardner started yelling racial slurs at everyone. Jake Gardner's father, David, at the door at the Hive. Derek Stevens. "He said the N-word multiple times," said Stevens, who is white. One he turned to the group and called everyone an lover. "We were all *********** N-word lovers." Stevens and his group continued on until a line of police officers forced them to turn around. When they passed the bar again, the crowd outside had grown larger and more agitated. "It seemed as if the elder Gardner, yelling stuff caused people to stop and engage with him," Stevens said. Stevens decided to keep walking, thinking, "This is getting a little heated. I do not feel comfortable being here." He said he turned the corner and was because the father was the one that was instigating the situation. So far, Stevens appears to be the only witness who has come forward publicly to allege that he hurt Gardner's father, or anyone else, using racial slurs before the shooting. Stevens told Yahoo News that there were probably 15 to 20 other people either walking by or stopping to take pictures at the exact moment when he says he heard David Gardner hurl racial. Once the shooting happened, he said, "A lot of people ran and got out of there. There were definitely more people, but not everyone has come forward with witnesses. Either hear or see Gardner was present during the moments before the windows at the Gatsby were smashed." Liedenbach, who'd attended the demonstration with a friend, similarly described following the flow of protesters downtown, where, she said, she and her friend decided to take a seat probably 20 to 30 feet away from Jake Gardner's bars, the Gatsby and the Hive. In an interview with Yahoo News, Liedenbach explained that her husband is a local musician who had performed at the Hive, so she immediately recognized Gardner standing outside his bars with about 3 other men, one of whom, she'd later learned, was Gardner's father. Over the years, Gardner had become known among many in Omaha for his controversial views. For example, in 2016, he made local headlines for posting on Facebook that transgender of his comment, but told known as an avid Trump supporter, displaying pictures on his now-defunct Facebook page of himself with the president and his son Don Jr. are decked out in MAGA gear at his bar. Online reviews for his bar The Hive are filled with allegations of discrimination against black and transgender customers. Assumed he had a concealed carry permit, she explained. Turned out, it was expired. Of course, she would not learn about Gardner's expired weapons permit, nor the fact that he was, in fact, armed until much later. At that point, all she could see was Gardner and the other men, laughing, smiling, having fun the hordes of protesters downtown. It literally sounded like a war zone, Liedenbach said. Gardner, however, seemed to be enjoying what was happening. Liedenbach noted that, from where she was sitting, she couldn't hear anything that Gardner or the other men around him were saying. Still, she said, it was very apparent that Gardner was trying to get someone to engage with him, among the protesters passing his bars. As far as she saw, nobody seemed to be responding. Liedenbach said that she and her friend watched for a few minutes until someone started smashing the windows of one of the bars. People were running. It turned into chaos, she recalled. As they ran back to the safety of her friend's car, Liedenbach said, "We heard gunshots." Meanwhile, Robert Fuller, who went by himself to check out the protest that night, said he was standing in front of another downtown bar called Parliament Pub, facing the Hive and the Gatsby. He saw a group of young white kids smashing windows in the Hive. By this point, Fuller said, the protest had spread out across several blocks downtown. Walking around, he came across a group that was attempting to stop others from vandalizing property, then returned to his spot in front of Parliament Pub. There, he says, he first encountered Jake Gardner, whom he did not know, but whose demeanor suggested he owned one of the businesses on the street. Fuller attempted to explain that a lot of the protesters were feeling angry and frustrated. Fuller said the man pretty much ignored him, then crossed the street toward a group that appeared to be standing guard outside the Gatsby and its sister bar, the Hive. Fuller followed shortly afterward, approaching just as an older man who'd been standing outside the bars was knocked to the ground. Security footage from outside the bar would later reveal that the older man, Gardner's father, shoved 2 people who were walking by before someone else knocked him down. As the older man quickly rose to his feet, Fuller noticed the man he'd approached earlier, Jake Gardner, walk up to 2 young black men and accuse them of pushing his father and smashing the windows of his bar, which Fuller knew from having witnessed it. News, noting that he'd watched the man. I noted in my mind and the 2 young men, where he is seen in video footage trying to defuse the mounting tensions when Gardner lifts his shirt to reveal a gun in his waistband. Even before Jake got jumped on, there was a mood in the group of trying to get the gun away from him and make him not dangerous, said Fuller. The rest of us were scared for our lives. That's why people tackled him. The next day, Stevens, Fuller and Melendez each said they made repeated calls to the Omaha Police Department, the county attorney's office, a mayor's hotline and other officials, only to be met with busy signals and automated mailbox full messages. Fuller even went to a vigil on Sunday that had been set up near the scene of the shooting in hopes that he might have more luck talking to police officers in the light of day, but said he was similarly stonewalled. Eventually, one of the cops gave him a number to call, and when he did, Fuller said a voice on the other line told him someone would call him back and then quickly hung up before he could provide his name or contact information. I tried to call and contact a bunch of numbers on Sunday, and I got no response. I figured, okay, it's not a weekday. I'll call back tomorrow, said Stevens. I spent a solid 4 hours on Monday trying to call. Frustrated, and desperate to report what they had seen and heard in the moments leading up to Scurlock's death, some of the witnesses began posting their accounts to social media. People protest the killing of James Scurlock in Omaha. Anna Reed, The World Herald. In fact, of the witnesses who spoke to Yahoo News, Melendez was the only one who managed to reach the homicide detective assigned to the Scurlock case and deliver an official statement in person on Sunday. Fuller was finally called to the police station to give his statement at 11 a.m. on Monday, just 2 hours before County Attorney Don Kleina held a press conference to announce his decision not to file charges against Gardner. Kleina revealed that Gardner had been held overnight on Saturday at police headquarters for questioning, with attorneys present, and was released the following night without being booked into the jail. A spokesperson for the Omaha Police Department confirmed in an email to Yahoo News that Gardner was taken into custody, detained, questioned but was not charged and booked for anything. At the press conference, Kleina sought to dispel what he described as misinformation that had been circulating on social media, specifically calling out posts by local politicians that described the incident as cold-blooded murder, as well as claims that the shooting had been racially motivated. Though the primary piece of video evidence presented by Kleina, which came from the bar's security camera, contained no audio, he said that witnesses who were interviewed, including a friend of Scurlock's and another protester, reported that they did not hear anyone use racial slurs. Melendez and Fuller both confirmed to Yahoo News that they did not personally hear racist language in the heated moments that immediately preceded the shooting. Derek Stevens, who says he heard Gardner's father yelling racial slurs at protesters roughly half an hour earlier, was notably not given the opportunity to provide his account to police until Wednesday afternoon, 48 hours after Klein's press conference, despite his relentless calls, messages and social media posts. Of the witnesses who spoke to Yahoo News, Liedenbach is the only one who did not actively try to speak to police immediately after the shooting. Instead, she said she was encouraged by Stevens, whom she knew loosely through working in the service industry, to come along to the police station and give a statement of her own after she commented about what she saw that night in response to a Facebook post by Stevens. She agreed, telling Yahoo News that while she wasn't sure if her information would be helpful to the investigation, she decided, "I would feel weirder not saying anything." On June 3, Liedenbach posted on Facebook that she had just gotten back from the police station after sharing what she witnessed leading up to the shooting. All the witnesses interviewed by Yahoo News said they felt frustrated by Klein's hasty conclusion that Gardner had justifiably shot the unarmed Scurlock, whom he repeatedly referred to as Scurlock during the press conference, in self-defense. "They keep saying how Gardner was in fear for his life," Fuller wrote in a Facebook post on the afternoon of June 1, during or shortly after Klein's press conference. "Not a single damn word about how the rest of us there feared for our lives because of Gardner. The fact that this man brought a gun to the protest and was brandishing it and pointing it in an intimidating way, I believed he was a threat," said Melendez. "I could tell that this man was going to hurt somebody." Liedenbach also noted that the press conference seemed designed to present Gardner as the victim, when in reality, he opened fire into a crowd of people, and people around were trying to defend themselves. Based on Liedenbach's own observations of Gardner from earlier in the night, she said, "He was looking for a fight." She added, "All I'll say is, a trained Marine should know how to defend himself without a firearm." In response to a request for comment on the alleged conduct of officers at the scene of the shooting, a public affairs officer with the Omaha Police Department told Yahoo News via email, "We will not be able to answer any questions regarding the James Scurlock investigation. The investigation is ongoing and will be going to a grand jury. We have asked anyone with information about the case to contact our homicide unit." Don Kleina, the county attorney, did not respond to multiple requests for comment, nor provide answers to specific questions about the initial investigation, including how many witnesses were interviewed before the decision was made not to file charges.
They probably trained to detain
Douglas
too,
County
but
Attorney Don Kleina talks about a video of the confrontation between
what
Jake Gardner
combat
and
training
James
they have
Sterling.
is mostly focused
Chris
on
Makian,
killing.
the World Herald. Late last week, the special prosecutor appointed to oversee the grand jury investigation established a separate tip line for information, and particularly any audio or video files, related to the Skurlick killing. An alleged history of racism. Witnesses weren't the only ones who say they struggled to provide authorities with what they believed was relevant information in the aftermath of the shooting. The day after Skurlick was killed, Jenny Heineman, a second cousin of Gardner's, posted a tweet about the shooting that suggested Gardner's actions, which she did not claim to have witnessed herself, may have been racially motivated. The tweet, which Heineman later took down, was quickly shared by thousands but surprisingly did not appear to draw the attention of law enforcement. Nor did the calls Heineman said she made to the county attorney's office and the mayor's hotline hours before Klein's Monday press conference, in an attempt to provide what she believed was important context about the racist culture in which she says Jake was raised. After hearing nothing from authorities for more than a week, Heineman decided to testify at a public hearing in Omaha, where community members had been invited to address state lawmakers about issues related to police misconduct and racial injustice. My family has a laundry list of assault charges and a long history of racism, Heineman said at the hearing, describing how sleepless and disturbed she felt, knowing that all the times my family members used the N-word, which was a lot, all of the times that my family made racist jokes, all of the times that my family ingrained violence into the minds and hearts and souls of their own babies, all of those things were leading up to the death of James. Heineman did not elaborate on the assault charges referenced at the hearing, nor identify any specific family members as the subject of her testimony. News outlets have reported that Jake Gardner has been arrested a handful of times over the past 2 decades on a variety of charges, including assault, theft, and failure to inform an officer of a concealed handgun. However, it is unclear based on public records as to the precise outcome in all of those cases. At least 2 of them, one from 2013 and another in 2011, resulted in plea deals in which the gun charges were, respectively, dismissed and downgraded to disturbing the peace. Further, in the 2013 case, one of 2 assault and battery charges was dropped while the other was amended to disorderly conduct. Gardner paid fines of $200 in each of the 2 cases. Kleina noted in his June 1 press conference that Gardner's concealed carry permit was expired at the time of the protest where he shot Skurlick, meaning that Gardner could still potentially be charged with a misdemeanor for carrying a concealed weapon without a permit. Misdemeanor charges are handled by Omaha City Prosecutor Matt Coos, who did not respond to multiple calls and online requests from Yahoo News asking whether he planned to file such a charge against Gardner in this case. Skurlick, who'd recently become a father, also reportedly had a history of run-ins with the law, including a 2015 burglary conviction, for which he served less than a year of a 3 to 5 year prison sentence. He also served a 1-day jail sentence for misdemeanor assault in 2019, as well as a 90-day sentence in February for third-degree domestic assault, also a misdemeanor. In an interview with a local CBS News affiliate earlier this month, one of Skurlock's brothers, Nicholas Hardin, said that the 22-year-old had changed his life around following the birth of his daughter, who was less than a year old. He was settling down, Hardin said. It wasn't until after a video of Heineman's speech at the state legislature went locally viral that she finally received a message from a detective asking her to give a statement. Reached by Yahoo News for this story, Heineman declined to provide any additional comment on the record, explaining that she had been receiving threats from certain members of her family after speaking out against Gardner. The most colorful, which she granted permission to share, was a text Heineman said she received from a relative saying that her dishonesty to the family is akin to family genocide. Independently of Heineman, Yahoo News spoke to another relative of Gardner's, who asked not to be identified for fear of provoking what she described as a tendency among many in the family, including Gardner's father, David, to be very easy to anger. This person clarified that she could not speak directly to Jake Gardner's personal views or specific things he has said, but rather, I can bear witness to the overall environment and family that Jake was raised in. He was raised in an absolutely steaming, giant pot of racism, she continued, explaining that her observations were based primarily on what she witnessed during holidays and other gatherings spent with the Gardner's extended family over the course of multiple decades. She said that at these events, which were often attended by upwards of 30 to 40 people, David Gardner and certain other men of his generation were particularly outspoken about their complete hatred and disgust of most minorities, whom they regularly and openly referred to with a range of slurs and derogatory stereotypes. I can tell you that for decades I watched this guy, Jake's father, sit around with the rest of the men in that clan and talk with complete hatred and disgust about an asterisk 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 s and hey asterisk s and Mexicans and sand and asterisk 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 s, she said, emphasizing that these were not her words but examples of the kind of language that was commonly heard at family gatherings. She said negative views about a range of minority groups were often expressed in the course of regular conversation about anything from sports to politics or a recent story in the local news. Racism, she noted, is not unusual here in Nebraska, where white people still make up 88% of the population. What was unusual was they were so open about it. They felt extremely comfortable expressing those views around each other and all ages of people in the family, she said. Of course, this particular relative and Heinemann illustrate that not every member of Gardner's large, extended family necessarily shares those beliefs. But this relative said dissenters rarely spoke up. One common talking point was the 1992 riots that took place in Los Angeles, where many members of the family had lived at different times. She said that for years after the riots ended, they would often be used by members of the family as a point of reference to justify their attitudes toward black people. For example, she said, if any of the then high school or middle-aged children of Jake's generation objected to something one of their dads or uncles said, a common response would be something like, you don't remember those riots and those F asterisk 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 in N asterisk 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 south in the street hauling that guy out in the street. Others would then likely join in agreement with comments like that's what they F asterisk 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 do, and that's why we all moved back. This was how the conversations went, she said. Though she said she did not recall ever hearing specific comments made by Jake, who was still a teenager during much of this time, this relative says she observed how the racist rhetoric espoused by David and certain other adults in the family filtered down to children of Jake's generation. Jake was raised, literally, soaked in these ideas and language, she said. Like Heinemann and others, this relative said she felt compelled to speak out against what she views as a blatant failure by the local officials to fully investigate Gardner's views and potential motives before quickly deciding not to file charges. When I saw those videos, I thought, God, I wish the whole world knew what I knew about this guy, she said of Jake's father, arguing that the presence of David Gardner at the scene of the shooting was really significant. Also of significance, according to this family member and many others who spoke to Yahoo News, is the fact that, just a couple of hours before he shot Skrlik, Jake Gardner had posted on Facebook about having to pull 48 hours of military-style firewatch outside his bar. The post has since been removed, along with Jake's Facebook page and all other social media accounts, but many people took screenshots before it had disappeared from their feeds, sharing the message as evidence of Gardner's mindset prior to his confrontation with Skrlik. That indicates that you are expecting problems and that you have a very solid idea of what you're going to do to address that situation, should it come, she said. Outside his family, in recent years Gardner had developed a reputation within the world of Omaha nightlife as the owner of the Hive and the Gatsby. Both have since been shuttered and evicted by the landlord, according to the Omaha World-Herald, citing late rental payments and unspecified other issues. Yelp has blocked people from posting new reviews after seeing a spike in activity following Skrlik's death. But the Hive's existing reviews help paint a picture of the atmosphere Gardner appears to have cultivated there, with some reviewers saying black men were subjected to an arbitrary dress code, women were objectified and LGBTQ people unwelcome. Gardner's name is omnipresent throughout the litany of single-star reviews dating back to 2013. Atmosphere is pretty good and most of the bartenders are solid, but this bar is overshadowed by a horrible owner, wrote one reviewer in 2015. The owner Jake will treat you great if you are an attractive 20-year-old girl. Racism is alive and well at the Hive, declared another in 2017. Like others, this review referenced the bar's arbitrary dress code that is clearly based more on skin color than actual articles of clothing, as well as the disgraceful owner, Jake Gardner, who not only supports the racist discretion of his employees but encourages it by coming outside to further antagonize the people that are being told they aren't allowed in. The owner of this bar is a proud, outspoken racist and transphobe, wrote another reviewer in 2017. Don't give him your business if you value open-mindedness and equality. The bar also received some positive reviews, bringing the average to 2.5 stars out of 5. James Skurlock's brother A.D. Swally told Yahoo News that he and James had been subjected to Gardner's seemingly arbitrary dress code on a number of occasions.
It's 29, Dix,
Swally,
Nebraska,
25,
1
said
mile.
that he and Skurlock recalled multiple instances last summer when he and Skurlock were either kept from entering or asked to leave by
3807
no
Charlie.
chains allowed in my club, referring to a gold necklace Swally was wearing. Swally said he offered to take the necklace off and put it in his car, but that Gardner told him, "No, you can't come back in." Another time, Swally said, he and Skurlock were both rejected at the door for not wearing belts. On a different occasion, he said, he was told to leave the bar for wearing a hat even after taking it off. You'd see people, of other races, with the same wardrobe malfunction that you just got kicked out for, still in there, said Swally. When I think back about the moments we were kicked out, I did feel some type of way at the time, and I just let it slide. Swally said that the night his younger brother was killed, he dropped Skurlock off a couple of blocks from the protest where he planned to meet up with a couple of cousins. Swally said he later learned from those who were with Skurlock at the protest that, as tensions between police and protesters began to intensify, the group had decided to go downtown because they thought it would be safer. Robert Bradshaw, who previously worked as a barback at the Hive, confirmed that Gardner often used an arbitrary dress code, including a ban on hats, and increased cover charges to discriminate against certain categories of customer. Bradshaw, who is black, said that when he initially began working for Gardner in 2019, their interactions were mostly pleasant. They even watched Game of Thrones together. But after a few months, Bradshaw said, he started to see a different side to Gardner, whom he described as condescending and volatile. He described one instance in which Gardner became particularly angry and defensive after Bradshaw suggested inviting certain locally well-known people to the bar who could help attract new and different customers. At one point, Bradshaw said, he pointed out that he'd also helped drop people to the bar, to which he said Gardner replied, "You could die and nobody would blink an eye." Bradshaw said he did not truly believe Gardner was racist until he asked him directly. After about 3 or 4 months on the job, Bradshaw's tenure at the Hive came to a dramatic end when, at the end of a long, busy night of work, he confronted Gardner about his pay. As Bradshaw tells it, Gardner was initially dismissive when Bradshaw expressed frustration over receiving just $20 for a full night's work, then became angry, threw a tray of glasses on the floor and told Bradshaw to leave, grabbing him by the arm and yanking him toward the door. Once outside, Bradshaw said, without even thinking, he blurted out, "Are you racist?" His former boss turned around and, with a smile, lifted his hand with his thumb and forefinger slightly separated to gesture, a little bit, and said, "I might be." Bradshaw memorialized the moment in a Facebook post as soon as he got home. Comments posted in the timeline include, "The Hive has been under scrutiny for racism for a while now, everyone knows they're racist at the Hive, and how is that a shock?"
I can see why
Yahoo
there's
News
some
spoke to
causing
another
uproar
person who
there.
happened to be at the Hive during this altercation and was able to corroborate Bradshaw's account. This person, who asked not to be identified by name, said he had just finished work at another nearby bar and had come to the Hive for an after-hours drink when Gardner and Bradshaw started arguing. He said he remembered hearing Bradshaw ask Gardner if he was racist after being forcefully escorted out the door. "I do remember him saying, 'I might be,'" the person said, referring to Gardner's response to the question. Jim Morrison, a local DJ who previously worked for Gardner at the Hive DJing and hosting karaoke once a week over a period of 6 months, starting in the summer of 2019, said he recalled several instances where he heard racist comments made by both Gardner and his father and witnessed discriminatory treatment of black customers firsthand. 3 weeks after he first started working at the Hive, Morrison said, Gardner started complaining about the music he played, which he described as mostly rap, hip-hop and R&B. "You need to stop playing that black music all the time," he said Gardner told him on multiple occasions. Morrison recalled that Gardner would often make comments like, "Man, there's a lot of riffraff in here tonight," which Morrison understood to refer to the number of black people in the crowd. Other times, Morrison said, Gardner would just give weird, long stares and dirty looks to groups of people of color in the crowd. He also said that he personally witnessed on several occasions how the Hive's notorious dress code was applied to people of color. You'd see white guys go in there with t-shirts and stuff, and then a black guy dressed almost the same would walk up right behind him and they'd push him out the door, he said. There was definitely discrimination going on in there. Morrison recalled one particular incident, around Christmas of last year, when David Gardner came into the bar. I was talking to his dad, and he shook my hand and everything, and next thing I know he's looking out in the crowd and says, "Wow, there are a lot of N-words around here." My jaw dropped to the floor, said Morrison. I didn't know what to say. I used to kind of be friends with Jake, said Victoria Blodgett, who works at another local bar called The Tavern. She explained that she first met Gardner around 2013, when the band she was in at the time performed at the Hive's original location, about a mile from where he would eventually reopen at the heart of Omaha's bustling Old Market Entertainment District. We would always support his bar when it was small and no one went there, and he would reach out to my band and have us play, said Blodgett. She said Gardner was a big fan of my band at the time, and would invite her and other members for dinner at his house. For about a year or two, she said, they had a pretty friendly relationship, but over time her impression of him began to sour. Gardner, Blodgett said, comes off as a happy, hippie guy, but once you get to know him you find out it's just an act. I've definitely heard him say the N-word casually, Blodgett said, recalling that when she went to Gardner's house for dinner, she observed that the way he talks about people is like your racist uncle. Blodgett noted that she had also been downtown the night Gardner shot Skurlick and was actually in front of the Hive when windows got broken, which, she said, corroborating Fuller's account, was at least 30 minutes before the shooting took place. Blodgett said she did not provide a statement to police about what she saw the night of the shooting, in part because she heard from other people that they weren't taking any witnesses initially, and also because she hadn't seen the actual shooting, so I didn't know if it was relevant. Once it was announced that Gardner had been released without charges, Blodgett said, she wrote a letter to Don Kleina, the county attorney, explaining everything I had witnessed. Yahoo News made multiple attempts to contact Jake Gardner via email addresses and phone numbers associated with him, but he could not be reached. An attorney and law firm believed to be representing him also did not respond to requests for comment. David Gardner did not respond to requests for comment in regard to the specific allegations made about him. Defenses of Jake Gardner's actions can be found scattered among the comments on some recent social media posts about the shooting within local Omaha circles, most of which either cite Klein's conclusion that Gardner acted in self-defense or simply seek to smear Skurlick. The day after the shooting, supporters created a Jake Gardner Defense Fund on the crowdfunding site GoFundMe. The page has since been removed. Before she was elected last year as the first LGBTQ member of Nebraska's single-house state legislature, State Sen. Megan Hunt, a Democrat, said she too had experiences with Jake Gardner through her previous work at a nonprofit called Safe Space Nebraska, which conducted training for bar owners and staff on how to handle reports of harassment and assault. In an interview with Yahoo News, Hunt said that Gardner was a generous supporter of the organization. He actually gave us a pretty big donation, and he let us use his bar for trainings and events. However, Hunt said, the more I got to know him, the more it became kind of clear that what he wanted was to protect white girls from being harassed by black men. His racism was evident. His patronizing attitude about women's sexuality was evident, she said, explaining that, ultimately, she and her colleagues decided to stop working with Gardner because of his views. Hunt, who is white, is outspoken about racism in Nebraska, both historically and today, noting a recent resurgence of white supremacists. Every state has their own demons and their own stories, but of course we have a huge history of racism, she said. A lot of young people, a lot of folks who don't believe in discrimination, who want equity for all people, they don't see Nebraska as a place that they want to live. Nebraska State Sen. Megan Hunt of Omaha, in the legislative chamber in Lincoln in 2019. Nati Harnick, AP. Hunt said that by refusing to charge Jake Gardner with a crime, the county attorney, Don Kleina, has really taken the side of Jake, and he's saying basically that a white man's right to run in the streets with an illegal gun supersedes an unarmed black man's right to protest. The protests that began in Minneapolis following the death of George Floyd have since spread to more than 2,000 cities in all 50 states, drawing national attention to other recent cases in which unarmed black people, like Breonna Taylor and Elijah McClain, were killed by police. Much of the discourse, including a number of recently proposed reforms that have been put forth in response to the nationwide demonstrations, has focused on issues related to police, such as the disproportionate rates of violence against black civilians and the lack of accountability for officers. Trayvon Martin, who, like James Skurlock, were not killed by police officers but by armed civilians. The men who killed Arbery and Martin, who were both unarmed, faced legal consequences only after public pressure. According to a review by the Marshall Project of civilian homicides dating back to 1980, white people who kill black men in the U.S. rarely face legal consequences. Nebraska does not have a stand-your-ground law like the ones in Florida and Georgia, which essentially allow civilians to use deadly force to defend themselves in public, even if they can safely avoid using such force by retreating. Under Nebraska state law, the use of deadly force against another civilian is permitted only in cases where a person believes that such force is necessary to protect himself against death or serious bodily harm. However, it is not considered justifiable if that person is able to safely retreat without using such force, or if, with the purpose of causing death or serious bodily harm, provoked the use of force against himself in the same encounter. The question is not did he shoot him. The question is why did he shoot him, said Herman Walls, a civil rights attorney and adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City. Though he could only speak to self-defense under New York law, Walls noted that the prevalence of video footage between cell phones and security cameras in recent years has been a game changer for prosecutors. Walls, who previously served as a prosecutor in Queens and Brooklyn, said Gardner's alleged history of racist views, as well as his Facebook post from the night of the shooting, should be taken into consideration. Messages for James Skurlock are spray-painted on boarded-up windows in downtown Omaha. Long, the World Herald. It's relevant to show he's a racist. He's shown, I don't like these people. That doesn't mean he tried to kill anybody, he said, clarifying that people can be racist and not want to do harm. But this guy has geared himself up, he's carrying a weapon for use and he takes the first opportunity to use it. That's the case I would make as the prosecutor. It seems like they want to believe very much Gardner's version of events without challenging it too much, he said. If it happened in Brownsville in New York and a black male did it, he would be arrested, brought to jail, charged with murder and then he'd have to prove his justification, he said. There's definitely a double standard. It may or may not have been self-defense, but there's no way you did a complete and thorough investigation in 36 hours, when many officers were working 12 hours on and 12 off, and we knew of witnesses who hadn't been interviewed yet, said State Sen. Justin Wayne, an attorney who is also representing Skurlock's family. In an interview with Yahoo News, Wayne, who is one of just 2 black members currently serving in the Nebraska legislature, called the county prosecutor's initial decision not to file charges a rush to judgment that not only does disservice to the justice system, but it also says that this young black man's life doesn't matter. It goes to the broader issue of bias and systemic racism in our justice system, he said. I think now there is a full investigation going on, and I believe, ultimately, charges will be brought, Wayne said. What those charges look like may vary, but I believe that. Ashley Spivey, an Omaha-based racial justice advocate who serves as the Equity and Inclusion Officer for the ACLU of Nebraska, told Yahoo News that, as a black person, I wasn't surprised by the decision not to charge Gardner. We're not hopeful that justice will truly be justice for us. I think now that there is a special prosecutor and grand jury, again we're holding our breath, but we are not setting expectations that we'll truly see our system demonstrate something different than it has demonstrated ever before. Spivey said she hopes that what happened to James Skurlock can help further elevate conversations about racism and inequality, particularly in smaller cities and towns in the Midwest, which, she said, are often left out of the national discourse on race. My hope is that this act, even though it is super unfortunate and heartbreaking and devastating, that it would show that no community is exempt, she said, that there is work to do in every community, whether you're a big metropolitan city or a smaller Midwestern town. I think every time something like this happens, you have hope. You have hope that justice might be served, said the Rev. Daryl Goodwin, Associate Conference Minister for the United Church of Christ in Omaha. Goodwin, who is also black, said he's had a lifetime of negative interactions with cops in various parts of the country, but noted that he's been pulled over by police for no reason more times since moving to Nebraska last year than in any other state he's lived in. Based on his own experiences, he wasn't surprised by the handling of the case, which he considered confirmation of an inherent bias in the legal system against black-skinned people. As for the decision, after the fact and under pressure, to turn the case over to a grand jury and special prosecutor, said far from being awake. Additional reporting by Dylan Stableford. Article 120 of 133. California governor suspends indoor dining at LA restaurants.
That was a long
Indoor
article.
dining restaurants in Los Angeles like this one, the Grand Central Market, have been suspended for 3 weeks as coronavirus cases rise. AFP photo, Frederick J. Brown. More. Los Angeles, AFP, California's governor on Wednesday ordered restaurants to close indoor dining in Los Angeles and 18 other counties badly hit by the coronavirus pandemic. Gavin Newsom's order will remain in place for at least 3 weeks and also affects bars, wineries, movie theaters, museums and other businesses. These 19 counties represent over 70% of the population here in the state of California, Newsom told a live-streamed news conference. With that, we have specifically targeted our efforts to close indoor operations. COVID-19 is still rampaging across the U.S., which has reported more than 125,000 deaths and 2.5 million cases. Related video, 2 tests for coronavirus. In California, which has suffered more than 6,000 deaths, several counties including Los Angeles have broken new daily case records in recent days, and positivity rates among those tested have soared. Restaurants had initially been allowed to reopen in late May, but are now restricted to outdoor and takeout dining. Bars in Los Angeles County were ordered to close last weekend, barely a week after reopening. Movie theaters were never permitted to reopen in Los Angeles, but have resumed in other parts of the state. The city's upcoming July 4 holiday weekend beach gatherings and fireworks displays have also been banned. Newsom on Wednesday urged other counties on the state's coronavirus watch list, including Sacramento, Orange and Riverside, to consider canceling all fireworks shows over the 4th of July weekend. Parking at beaches across Southern California and parts of the rest of the state will also be closed, Newsom added. Article 121 of 133. Fed Mall's explicit forward guidance, stays wary of yield targets, Bloomberg. The Federal Reserve Building. Federal Reserve officials showed no readiness at their June meeting to commit to yield curve control, but did reveal an eagerness to provide more guidance in coming months on the future path of interest rates and asset purchases. Many participants remarked that, as long as the committee's forward guidance remained credible on its own, it was not clear that there would be a need for the committee to reinforce its forward guidance with the adoption of a YCT policy. Minutes published Wednesday of the June 9 to 10 Federal Open Market Committee meeting showed. YCT refers to yield caps or targets, a strategy of limiting the yields on government bonds at specific maturities. It's a tool some central bankers believe can help reinforce an existing commitment to hold policy rates low for an extended period, as the Fed is already doing. U.S. central bankers left interest rates near zero at the session, which was conducted via video conference. They also agreed to keep purchasing Treasury and mortgage-backed bonds at a pace of about $120 billion a month. In a press conference that followed, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said officials were not even thinking about raising rates. Forward guidance. The minutes showed that various participants viewed the economy needing support for some time, and that the central bank should strive to communicate clearly on the outlook for policy at upcoming meetings. Most participants commented that the committee should communicate a more explicit form of forward guidance for the path of the federal funds rate and provide more clarity regarding asset purchases, according to the record of the meeting. Powell on Tuesday told lawmakers the U.S. economy had begun to rebound from the coronavirus pandemic sooner than expected, but that the outlook was extraordinarily uncertain and will depend in large part on our success in containing the virus. While this bounce back in economic activity is welcome, it also presents new challenges, notably, the need to keep the virus in check, he said in testimony before the House Financial Services Committee. FOMC members showed differing views on what precisely should inform their future policy moves, though they generally indicated support for outcome-based forward guidance. Inflation overshoot. A number of officials favored tying future policy moves to inflation. That could involve waiting for a modest temporary overshooting of the committee's longer-run inflation goal of 2%. A couple of other FOMC members signaled a preference for linking future moves instead to the unemployment level, while a few others favored calendar-based forward guidance. In their discussion of the economy, policymakers said they expected consumer spending to rebound strongly in the second half of 2020. They added, however, the recovery in consumer spending was not expected to be particularly rapid beyond this year. Officials also highlighted significant uncertainty and downside risks associated with the pandemic. They also appeared willing to nudge lawmakers toward passing additional stimulus. Fiscal support. Among the other sources of risk noted by participants were that fiscal support for households, businesses, and state and local governments might prove to be insufficient, the minutes said. Participants stressed that measures taken in the areas of health care policy and fiscal policy, together with actions by households and businesses, would shape the prospects for a prompt and timely return of the U.S. economy to more normal conditions. Fed officials heard a staff presentation on yield curve control and forward guidance. On the latter, the staff ran model simulations that suggested the committee would have to maintain highly accommodative financial conditions for many years to significantly boost the recovery. On yield curve control, the staff outlined its various past uses, including experiences in the U.S. during World War II and by Australia and Japan in recent years. The three experiences suggested that credible YCT policies can control government bond yields, pass through to private rates, and, in the absence of exit considerations, may not require large central bank purchases of government debt, the minutes said. But the staff also highlighted the potential for YCT policies to require the central bank to purchase very sizable amounts of government debt under certain circumstances. Just over half of economists surveyed by Bloomberg May 29 to June 3 said they expected the Fed to eventually adopt yield curve control, but probably not before September. With assistance by Steve Matthews, Rich Miller, Craig Torres, and Matthew Bosler. Updates with details of forward guidance discussion from 9th paragraph. Article 122 of 133. The Good Doctor cancelled. Has The Good Doctor been cancelled by ABC? TV and radio, Showbiz and TV, Express.co.uk. As Melendez was killed off at the end of Series 3, actor Gonzalez will not be coming back for the new episodes. Actress Jessica Nicole, who plays Carly Lever, Sean's ex-girlfriend, is also not going to be returning to The Good Doctor. But speaking to TV Line, executive producer David Shore did open up about wanting Nicole to return at some point. Shore said, "I would love to have her back here and there. I love Jessica and would love to see her on the show, but it will not be in the same capacity." The Good Doctor is available to watch on ABC. Article 123 of 133. Amazon driver abandons delivery van, says he quits in viral tweet, Fox Business. Close. Video. Fox Business Cheryl Casoni gives details on demonstrators setting up a guillotine in front of Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos' home. A Detroit area Amazon delivery driver on Monday said he abandoned a van full of packages at a gas station in a tweet that has since gone viral. Continue reading below. Derek Lancaster, known as @_Lilderick on Twitter, said in a Monday tweet that he quit his job at Amazon and shared the location of his abandoned delivery van, full of gas with the keys in the ignition, followed by another tweet sharing a photo of the parked van. Mentally, my health, I just couldn't keep working 13 hours a day for that company, Lancaster told Fox Business. His tweet went viral and now has hundreds of thousands of likes and comments from other users expressing concerns about delayed packages while others cheered Lancaster for the move. Tweet with profanity censored. Fox Business. In a video posted later on Monday, Lancaster says he's not about to keep waking up at 9 a.m. and getting home at 10 p.m., then doing it all over again the next day. Lancaster also called out Amazon founder Jeff Bezos in the video for unfair treatment, saying he could make $15 an hour cutting grass. Protesters set up guillotine outside Jeff Bezos' DC home. He told Fox Business that after his shift Monday, he had plans to help out in every tweets went viral. Fox Business has reached out to Amazon for comment. Amazon, lows to pay bonuses to essential workers. Lancaster said he received thousands of comments and messages from other Amazon employees who expressed gratitude that he spoke up. There were some people saying they wish they have the courage to quit their job, but they have to stay for financial reasons, he said. Some were saying they quit their job the next morning after they saw my video. Ticker. Security. Last. Change. Change percent. AMZN. Amazon, Coming. 2,878.70. Plus 119.88. Plus 4.35%. He didn't express much packages. One man even threatened to sue, but lawyers have also been offering their support to Lancaster. Lancaster said he took to social media to express his frustration with the situation because he wanted to vent, saying he never meant for the tweet to go viral, but a lot of people who saw his posts appeared to relate. Get Fox Business on the go by clicking here. An Amazon delivery driver job listing at the company's Hazel Park, Michigan, location says the job pays $15 per hour and employees can expect to work 10-hour shifts for up to 5 days a week. The listing says Amazon offers competitive compensation, employee benefits, community interaction, and states that every day is fun and different.
It's one thing to vent,
Click
but you
here to
don't
read
do it
more on
at a
Fox
class of
Business.
other people.
Article 124 of 133. Nebraska Troop.
Wouldn't be surprised if he never drives commercially again. Reality, someone will probably hire him, but most probably won't if you got an abandonment on your record. So imagine how many people paid for faster shipping or whatever, and end up getting delayed because of that piece of shit. If you have an issue with the company, that's fine, but don't mistreat customers or have nothing to do with it. They actually have everything to do with the fact you even have a damn job. I'm going to take a break from listening to that for a bit. Is that a purple over there in the rest area? I think it is. Nope, that's a burgundy. Maroon. Yeah, I'm a tease. It's windy here. truck that goes past me. That time it actually felt like I got pushed away from him, not stuck toward him. Based on where his truck went, it kind of looked like he had the same effect. I think that positive pressure environment pushed him further over to the left. was an owner out with a company name called Mountain. After hours. Does that mean they aren't open today? Hopefully I won't be on hold for too long. Hello, I was wondering if the dealer there in North Platte is open today. I was afraid of that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was trying to get a airbag, but that's all right. I appreciate it. Bye. Damn it. Peterbilt dealer there in North Platte is closed today for the holiday.
package has arrived.
Yeah, I didn't send my reefer status check. Blah, blah, blah. What's happening? What it is? What's your thing? Yeah, sometimes. For my 30-minute break. Yeah, and then I'll run from there to somewhere in Iowa. I need to get a tractor airbag replaced though, so I that's what I figured. Nah, if they're not open, it won't do them any good. Yeah. Oh, no, it's usually just a matter of who's actually open. And I don't. It's for the left front drive axle. Yeah. Good question. I'm sure there is one. I don't know. I may end up stopping at the next rest area anyway to uh, so I can refill my water. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I might be able to get a part number off it, but I figure the other way. Otherwise, I could just find out from truck stops over there in the somewhere in the western half of Iowa if they have the part on hand and if they can do it. Oh, okay, the one you talking about the one right there in Avoca? Okay, I can always call them. Oh, it's yeah, which really blows because I'm going to be in New York then. Uh, yeah, and I don't know that calling a Kenworth dealer will help for that because I mean, it's one thing for engine issues because they have the same engine as Peterbilt's, but like let's say like 2020 T680s, they use different airbags. Their airbags are like twice as tall as mine are. No, I'll be taking 90 across. Yeah, correct. Yeah, because my first drop is in Syracuse. Yeah, and then the second drop is in the Bronx at Hunts Point. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I've been there before. Um, yeah, that's exactly where I've been. I've been to the same customer before. Yeah, and then you got to be ready to pay the cash only fee to get into Hunts Point. Okay, that was the name of that bridge then. Okay, yeah, because I was sleeping and had just woken up around that point in time. I think when we were actually crossing that bridge. $50, damn. Okay, that's the one that goes across what is that, I-80? Okay, yeah, because yeah, but I'll be coming from Syracuse, so I'll be going more than likely across 90 to like what 295? No, not 295. Is it 95 or forget what highway it is? Yeah, yeah. I'll definitely be trip planning that before I even leave Syracuse. Yeah, that's, yeah. But well, I've been on 90 before, and I've also been on 95 before. So yeah, I'm not sure what other because I know there's a parkway over there that trucks are not allowed on. Yeah, yeah, yep. Okay,
A new message has arrived.
it's possible. I don't really want to get it changed until I'm in somewhere in Iowa. Definitely, preferably past Council Bluffs. Yeah, I prefer to go further than Council Bluffs. Yeah, they're probably closed though, and I don't think I can reach Des Moines today. Now, I don't know. I might be able to, but it's oh yeah, because it's like what 100 like mile marker 160 or something like that, where 80 and 35 run into each other. Yeah, I think that's a little further than I want to be going. I mean, I can possibly cover that distance. That'll be a 700-mile day, which I can, yeah, which I can do. But I was already less than 1,700 miles away even when I started my shift. And I mean, Man, the only motive I'd have to go all the way into Des Moines would be to set up my recaps for next week if it comes down to that. Man, I often do, but I'm more concerned about showing up at a truck stop too late in the day and having to fight for parking or something. So I like, yeah, yeah. That's what I figured with the holiday. Okay. Yeah, I think through here it doesn't really look too heavy. I mean, there are trucks here, but I wouldn't say it's as heavy as I I commonly see here. Yeah. Okay. No, I cannot see the chat because one, my thing is, my chat is frozen, and two, my phone's been hot all day because of the sun directly on it. So I it does that all the time with I don't know what Streamlabs did, but it's been doing that lately. Yeah, well, I can see the YouTube chat pop up, but it's not like I can read it because my phone goes into dim mode when it runs hot, and so I could see that somebody wrote something a minute ago, but I have no idea what it was or who it was. Oh, that's good. Correct. Yeah. Let's see. I keep having that stupid request is missing a valid API key, and when someone says something, sometimes part of what they say gets blocked by that. It basically gets covered up by that. Yeah, and then and then that was the other thing is sometimes I can only see part of it, and then it only stays on screen for a little bit, like 5-10 seconds before it disappears. And sometimes I don't, I take longer delays between when I, glance over there. Yeah, because depending on the traffic situation, I might be looking out my windshield or my mirrors a lot more, and only look over that way, only glance in that direction when it's convenient and safe. Yep, that is true. But I have to take my eyes off the road to look at my gauges regularly too. So exactly, exactly. Yep. If you want, I mean, if you can call that Flying J in Avoca, the shop over there, sure. Freightliner? I'm in a 2016 Peterbilt, 579. Yeah. And just in case if they want the last six of the VIN, I can give you that too. Okay. Okay. It's 3544494. Yeah, correct. It's amazing when something's important to you how easy it is to remember it. Sure, yeah, if they're open to, I guess. All right, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I'm thinking about 1700 or so. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Right? Yeah. Like if I mean, there was somewhere where, where it was a good spot for me to stop that I want to, that all is also as far, at least as far as I want to be driving today. I would definitely consider shutting down a little bit sooner. The shutting down sooner also means I can start my next shift earlier and end it earlier as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I'm coming up on Ogallala right now. Yep. I haven't stopped the truck for anything since I left. And I even left about a half an hour later than I should have. Oh no, I was gonna stop in Lexington anyway. Yeah, no matter what time I started, but yeah, but I didn't leave right at the same moment my 10-hour break was done. So I was I crashed for a bit last night and then woke up for some reason. Then I was up for like a couple hours and then I went back to sleep and then my alarm went off. I'm like, I don't feel like moving right now. I was I didn't feel like I was in the right part of my sleep cycle when I woke up. So I said to hell with it. I'm just gonna uh, reset my alarm for a little bit later time and then I got up. Yeah, but I mean, I it's not like I'm not going to have any problems getting to Syracuse plenty of hours, several hours early, because I'm actually on pace to be there on the morning of the 5th, and I don't deliver until the morning of the 6th. I'm actually down to like 29% of my charge. That's not good. I'm trying to get a hold of the Loves in Shelby, Iowa, see if they have airbags and if they're open. Your tire shop, shop service. Hello. Hey, how you doing? I was wondering if you guys have any airbags for 2016 579. Airbags for drive axle for 2016 Peterbilt 579. Okay. All right. Now, you're gonna have a mechanic on duty this evening because I'll probably be there like around 5 or so tonight. Okay. And, yeah, I'll just check with you guys when I get there then. All right. Thanks. All right. It says he has a variety of airbags.
At 8:43 a.m. reminder, TransFlow is closed if you scanned last night. You will receive it to be processed for the next settlement. Keep your confirmation number. We will be happy to verify it on Monday. Thank you, settlements.
Gonna get to Shelby and not get put out of service from my airbags before I get there. 160-mile marker. So I much prefer to get my truck parked, at least my trailer parked in a spot that I can have a hold on to and then get the airbag replaced and then get back to my trailer and not have to worry about showing up in a full parking lot. can from home. I'm under load that's going to New York. So my 4th of July will be spent driving from Iowa to, I don't know, probably Ohio or somewhere. I don't even know. I know it'll start in Iowa. Monday morning in Syracuse, and then the final is Tuesday morning in the Bronx. Also, well, basically at Hunts Point, but Hunts Point is in the Bronx area of New York City. A little over 250 miles from Syracuse to New York City. So it'll be about let's say, with all the loaded, empty and loaded miles combined, it'll be about a 2,400 mile trip. Traffic here actually doesn't look too bad. It's here, but it seems a little bit lighter than what I normally see here. And I think 4th of July weekend probably has a lot to do with it. Traffic deaths this year. to Lexington before I stop for my 30. I'll take you down to Laredo, Texas. Stream will be from Lexington to probably, I'm guessing Shelby, Iowa. We have a way station coming up right after this exit. Station is closed. Station on considering it's a holiday. To Lexington. get fuel at that same place I stopped at earlier in the week. Going an exit 360. It's under $2 a gallon there, and I'll be able to get plenty of fuel. Plenty of less than $2 a gallon fuel there. That's still 170 miles out, which I should easily be able to cover. Grady, Nebraska, exit 8 miles away. Kearney, 83. buffering. Purple. Lodgeflex truck going the other way. 699 to Brady. Coming up. Space between me and this truck in front of me. I'm not going to go spending an hour trying to get around them, so we have a little bit more space there, and I'll get back to 69. Short of about 454 miles across. It'll be just a hair past the midpoint by the time I stop in Lexington. 550 miles from start to Omaha. I appreciate the offer. Not really at the moment. About to verify the part number on my airbag when I shut down for my brake, and then probably call the call that shop over in Avoca by the Flying J and see if they have it. That, or I might just shut down at the Loves in Shelby, which is just 6 miles away from there. Miles to go now. Gonna get railroaded, aren't they? Come on, four-rider. Could have had an opportunity to get in behind you, but you wanted to lollygag. I gotta wait for a couple more four-wheelers to go by before I can get around main trucking. Route 21.
Attention, a new important message has arrived. Message 148. Important received today. At 9:49 a.m. please continue scanning documents as usual. Transclose hours will not impact your settlement or processes. It's all good. Settlements.
Another message I got sent out earlier probably caused some confusion. That's probably why they sent that out. Probably had people questioning if their trips that they scanned in yesterday Hey, what's up? Damn. They're not gonna take 6 and 191 though. Nice. 80 over to 25 to 287, basically. So 24-mile difference. Uh, I mean, 6 and 191 is more hilly too. So like that's another thing to consider. And over in Farmington, there's a lot of construction going on right now. On yeah, when you're going across US 64. Yeah, it's worth considering going that way. Whatever. Freaking young pup. From working out or what? Or you got like a not so great mattress or bad pillows or something? No? Alrighty. I won't be there until probably Sunday sometime. Eh? So did you? It's really familiar. 4117 Alpha sounds really familiar. Yeah. Yeah, your old trip. So if I see it somewhere other than at a shop, right? 6? Yeah, 6 Mountain Time. Eh, on their site for a 10-hour break. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's not very far. Or did you end up parking up in the upper lot by the RV place or what? Ah, Uh, yeah, I've had to do that, something like that before. I had to, I think it was Paul's Valley. Who's this? 4340. I think I've seen that one too. That's like the highest number JCT truck I've ever seen before. 4340. I'm pretty sure I've seen 4340 before. And I want to say that's like one of the highest numbers I have. Did they get the new Freightliners yet? Ah, yeah, might be. They said they got a new one. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're in a loaner truck right now until the new ones come in. So the low coolant sensor that's down at the bottom of your reservoir must be bad. Yeah, yeah. I met up with him at the mothership one day, and he was telling me about how he was getting stop engine lights and low fluid warnings, whatever. And then he didn't know that it was that. He thought it was battery or something. But like, no, that the light you're telling me about is your low coolant level. So we pop the hood and I show him. So your fluid's fine, but I told him, look, you got this. Um, you got that sensor mounted down on the bottom of the reservoir, and if it thinks that you're low, then that goes off. But yeah, in reality, he was fine, but it was just his sensor was bad. Uh, yeah. Hey, my exit's coming up. Yeah, when I'm rolling again, I'll give you a call. All right, man. Alright, got the Lexington Walmart up here, so I'm gonna park. Do my 30-minute break and then run the second half afterward from here to Shelby, Iowa. Fun trying to get over, I think, get across. Yeah, they're going to keep timing themselves like this, where every time someone gets by me, the next person is coming over the top of the hill. be a spot open over here on the north side of the lot. If not, I'll just walk across the lot to get to. We'll take a look. I see, I don't know, I can't tell if it's purple or blue, but it's the A truck there that should be purple. This place is boarded up over here. Park over here in the back row by where this Blackwell trailer is. Let's circle around. Might be able to park over there by in between CRST and that red Freightliner that's out there. Like CRST's in a real spot. Oh, is this a spot right here? Looks like it. Nope. Damn it, there's a freaking bobtail in it. Get over to that other lot there on the end. Oh, come on. I'm not going to play this endless sea of cars bullshit. Get through here so I can get into that gap there before that. Well, so much for that. Come on. Some fucking respect here. I can't make my turn there. If I left some space, I could have gone. So you had to sit and wait anyway. Come on! Fucking sitting there playing on your damn phone, and now I can't move because your stupid ass is blocking me. This means war. I'm done playing around. Time to be an asshole. You guys want to be assholes? I'll be asshole too. Now I got May trucking, I think, trying to get into that same room. May have to go, well, I think there's two spots there. Might have to blindside slightly. I don't know which one he's trying for. I'm just trying to get out of here.
You have 2 hours and 48 minutes of remaining drive time.
What are you trying to do? I can't tell if he's trying to back out or there's another JCT in the lot. I didn't even see him. Come back into one of these spots here, you knucklehead. Turning your tractor there, May. I'd go straight back until your nose clears that trailer there and then start chasing your trailer down. Yeah, I'll have the blind side in next to him. Pretty good there. Nah, not a half bad blindside at all. So he's going real carefully with he's trying to make sure his nose is clear of the truck in front of him, but the trailer is actually tracking pretty nicely. Yeah, speed's looking really good. Nothing over there to hit. What are you going over there for? Just chase your trailer down and get over there. The spot to his left is vacant, and I'm going to park it once he's done here. But I can't fault him for going. At least he's being safe. Criticism I have is have your windows down when you're backing. Otherwise, it's looking good. Wait for him to get parked. Oh, I guess he's trying to. Oh, I thought he was trying to leave for a second there. Okay, his reset there, he didn't help himself. He started it, it's fine. He's trying to get the trailer angled in the right direction, but he didn't straighten back up with the trailer. So I meant when he started coming back, he was just going to come right back the same way he went forward. Probably need to go make sure I don't hit that KB tractor over there.
Yeah, you look good back here, John JCT. Come on back.
Alright, thanks. track a little bit towards me. Tight on favoring where the truck is at, but trying to track a little bit more away. I'm gonna have to reset so I can be more in the middle of the spot.
Get around that other big truck there. Shit, I can't see nothing backing up there now.
And I'll spot you back.
I got here early this morning. There's damn truck over here. It's in the pass-through lane parked. I had to back up and turn around to back up in this place.
Fix my position. That looked like that restaurant's open. Yep. Alright, so I know where I'm eating lunch at. If I had parked over on the south side of the lot, would have been a lot less of a problem, but I wanted to... So there's a Chinese restaurant right over here, directly to my right, that I want to eat at. Oh, my phone's actually cooled off finally. Okay, so yeah, right over there right around the nose of May Trucking, there's a Chinese restaurant right there. And then, of course, got Walmart right here in front of me. So it's a good place to stop if you want some, if I need supplies or whatever. I think I might be all right, but I do got to double check. So, all right. Scotty, I see you're on here. I got a question for you. Have you ever had a situation where you suddenly find yourself not subscribed to somebody you swore you were subscribed to before? Because that actually happened to me last night with your channel. Cause I was going on, I think I went on your channel to watch your... You had a video where you were showing a scale house with that old, like, analog type of weight, like a balancing weight kind of thing. Yeah, really antique. That was pretty interesting to watch, but I saw that video, and then while I was sitting there watching it, and the button said subscribe and onto the right. Like, what the hell? Why does it say subscribe? I'm already a subscriber. And so I hit it, and then sure enough, it changes from subscribe to the gray box with saying subscribed. Like, I don't know why it was not subscribed in the first place. I never unsubscribed. So threw me off there. I don't know why it did that, but you probably got a notification that I subscribed to you again. Alright, let's see. Yeah, you got a call telling you have criminal activity on your social. That's not good. Massage parlor next to a Chinese restaurant. Yeah, that's true. It is over there. It's like, yeah, a happy ending. Alright, the truck stop is messed up. Yeah, it's not really a truck stop, but it is in a way, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'll come in here. I'm going to find out who this JCT truck is on the lot there in a second before I shut down. The first I heard that happen to, can eat an egg roll while having your egg roll played with. Yeah, or have an egg roll while you're getting some sausage or Chinese tacos. Social Security will never call you. Okay, so, well, yeah. Well, that's true, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna fix the chat problem because I won't be able to shut down the stream anyway. Yeah, with this request missing a valid API key, so hang time for just a second. It's gonna buffer for like about 20 seconds, and then I'll be right back. All right, so hang tight. All right, I'm back. I'll be entering the stream here in a second. Ooh, battery power's down to 9 too, so I might need to leave the phone on the charger here while I'm eating or something. But let's see who this JCT truck is. Not sure if it's anyone I know. Well, we got a lot of people here anyway. Take a quick little look over here. Maybe I can get the truck number over here. 4220. Alright. Well, they're in the truck, but I don't want to put them on the air if they I don't want to put them on the air if they don't want to be on the air. So, and my phone's about to die anyway. What were you saying earlier? Oh, I can't remember what I was talking about there. Anyway, I'm gonna go and go offline and go eat, and then when I'm done eating, I'll be back on from here to Shelby, Iowa. I will see you guys later.